Hello. Hi. How are you doing? Welcome. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. I'm flat again. Wow. I mean, I'm flat because I want to play Monster Hunter. Apparently, there's a new there's a new challenge in Monster Hunter Wilds that will reward people for getting an A rank fighting against a Arch-Tempered Rey Dau. So if you guys know, I fought Arch-Tempered Rey Dau last week, and it went pretty heckin' well, yeah. And then it usually takes me about like 20 minutes or even a little bit more than that to get through a fight with Arch-Tempered Rey Dau, right? So there's a challenge that is happening this week, I believe, that requires me to defeat or to slay. I cannot capture it, right? Capturing is not an option. So we have to slay it, meaning that it would take more time than usual. So we have to slay it. And to get an A rank, I have to be in like 13 minutes. guess I gotta try my best, huh? The preview of the pendant on Telegram. Do know that the reward is given out at a later time. Okay. Let me take a look. Oh. Oh my god, okay. Okay. Well, I guess I need to try harder than this then. That looks so fucking good, okay. Yeah, it's my colors, exactly. Yeah, I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna get A rank today. Hi Chip. Hi Jameson. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Anyway, I started so late today. It's like 1 a.m. 1 p.m. here currently. A lot of things happened this morning, but it's okay. Oh, drink. Okay. I don't know if I. Hi, Uncle. Yeah. Oh, the yip didn't work. I don't know if I told you guys about my mom's arm situation. So we found a place that can cure my mom's situation, right? Her arms has been hurting for like years, and X-ray has no problem. We've been through a bunch of like places to get it fixed, but they just, whatever they do, they just don't fix it, right? It just doesn't get fixed. So apparently that new place that I went to is my friend's place. I think what they're called is chiropractor? The one, 整骨师, I don't know how to say in English actually. The one that move bones? Not necessarily move bones. Chiropractor, I think that's what they're called. I'm not too sure. Let me drink first. You're gonna actually, I think? Chiropractic? Sounds like a necromancer. It's the bone cracking one. Oh, okay. Oh, I was right. Necromancer, it's a little bit scary. But then again, moving bones, yeah, I guess. I see where that came from. Hi, Bear Popsicle. God, Popsicle sounds so good right now. Like, you guys have no idea. For the past few days in Malaysia, it has been, maybe not the entire Malaysia, but in Miri, right? It has been so fucking hot for the past few days. I am sweating currently in my room right now with air condition on at 16 degrees, like the lowest possible. I'm still sweating. It's that hot these days, and it's wow, so scary. But yeah, hope you're doing good. I honestly wanted to do like either Tekken or Counter-Strike or something else, but then again, there's this Monster Hunter thing I want to do as well. So hey, Monster Hunter it is, right? So I think it's chiropractor, not chiropractor, right? They basically do things involving the skeleton. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of fun watching how my friend like do the chiropractic thing onto my mama, and it's not immediate, but my mom's arm feels like she can move a little bit more now. I mean, she can move the arm, just you cannot lift the arm or like put the arm behind her back, like just a little bit. It hurts like crazy. So it has been happening for like at least a year now, right? It has been a long time, and finally we found a place that might just at least cure it, right? If not fully cure, but you know, I always love, right? I'll love for it to like fully cure. I'm gonna hope for the best here, right? So that place is my friend's place, which is kind of funny. I didn't know. I was like, oh hey, there's this new place that does the chiropractic practices, or like the chiropractic procedure. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. And then we went there. And then I look at the one that's sitting behind the counter. It's like, huh? Then it's my mid-school friend. It's like, oh shit, that's so cool. I didn't know he does that, to be honest, but hey, it's great. As I'm trolling, gummy worms popsicle, not gonna lie, they taste like an actual gummy worm frozen. Oh my god, wait. I kinda want that. So do we just freeze the gummy worm to get the gummy worm popsicle? I kinda want it though. Chirocopter. Chirocopter, you're just gonna spin? The spin. Right, anyway, I want to open up Monhan. Wait, where is it? Monhan. Look, Monhan. Oh my god. Also, I've been playing this. Yeah, I've been playing it, and I don't know why I got this hidden achievement. This achievement says something like, it's the same strategy, but it works. I mean, maybe I've been using the same strategy to get through a lot of hard stages. I don't know. The Bloon TD just be like, oh, here's your achievement, but it's hidden, so no one knows. Like, I don't know. But yeah, Bloon is fun. I fucking love this game. I always come back to this game from time to time. Just a good, like, a good de-stressor, right? You saw those monkeys, like, monkey see Bloon, monkey pop them. I like it. It's great, right? But today it's all about Monhan Wild. The ones that have is blue raspberry with cherry. Blue raspberry? Shit. I want it. Can I have that? I want... I think something sweet sounds so good right now. I'm gonna quit Discord actually. So quit Discord. I think voice mod is fine. Yeah, voice mod is fine. I'm gonna close Google entirely. And then just gonna open up Monster Hunter Wilds. So last night I played a little bit. Alright, last night I played a little bit. I checked Nexus mod. Apparently the Sex-a-Boom mod is not like... It's not fixed. It's so sad. I want the Sex-a-Boom like mod for the hunting horn. It's so good. They're really sweet. Wow. Am I? I mean, I do get licked by dragons a lot. Look, do I taste grape or do I taste lavender? I have no idea. I'm purple, okay? Is the achievement called Stubborn Strategy? Yeah, I think that's the one. It's like, it's the same strategy, but it works. It works. You put 7024 024 Monkey Farm, right? Uh-oh. Reframe or auto-run disable lens main chunk? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Honestly, the speedruns for AT Rey Dau just dishearten me. That's a hard barrier between people using a Spirit EI slash and those who don't with longsword. I think I crossed the barrier without using a Spirit EI slash, but only just. And the Spirit EI just doesn't click with me, which upsets me. I have been using hammer. I tried longsword as well and gun lens, but then I messed up because I was fighting monsters with 3 support hunters. It's like, oh. Which makes it even harder too, because they scale HP. I didn't know. I didn't know they scale HP, huh? Well, now I know, so I know what to do. I was gonna set it to... I think last night before I closed the game, I already set it to like... players only. No support hunters allowed. Also, let me do the lossless scaling thing real quick. I'm using the duck. The lossless scaling will give me good frames. And it doesn't show on OBS, and it will be less intensive as well, so heck yeah. Done with some friends, it's hard. You have to have like so much powder to save you in your party. Oh. If you want to get numbers, you want to do it with the support hunters. Say to a single player you won't get supports. Yeah, I didn't know. It's my first time doing challenges, and it's like, oh yeah, the fucking the thing, right? The support hunters are they are so cool, but they're so bad. Right? It's like whenever Rey Dau goes back to its home, trying to sleep, and then Olivia just like, alright, what's the plan? And then just like runs towards the monster, and then Rey Dau is like, who the fuck are these? And then just doesn't want to sleep. Like, brother, let it sleep. It's so many times like support hunter doesn't want to let Rey Dau sleep. God damn it. Alright, let's play with 20 FPS. This is fine. And I got lucky too, right? Because I have Jean the Heart's hammer. And I think it's the first time I checked the Monster Field Guide that Rey Dau is afraid of ice. Yeah, ice. Wow. So I have the Jean the Heart hammer. I got super duper lucky. He's not overly weak to ice though. Is it water instead? How would a thunder dragon afraid of water? Oh, ice is still the highest. Okay. I'm so doing it today. Not very high still. So what you're saying is raw is better. In a way. Like it doesn't add that much. Can I make a raw hammer? Or should I try gunlands? I mean, I have the Xbox weapon. I have the Xbox here, but I don't have the Josia Crystal Horn. Or is your Kuga? Mods, we love them. Basically, it's ice weak, but don't deco for ice. Ha! I have deco for ice though. Griblick. Oh yeah, I forgot how cool Rathalos' hammer is. Cuckoo twop. Cuckoo twop. Oh, Shiwa. That's an X. Apa Donian Paupo. That's new Udras? That's just a... Yep, I mean, that's a hammer, alright? You know what? It's fine. I'll use the Jean Heart hammer. This is like the drip that I've been going for Kuga. So good. Fashion Hunter. I have like Frost level 3 though. Does focus affect hammer? But it's fire attack though. Oh. I'm gonna go be really EP and prep for work. Have a happy stream, your precious. Wait. Good luck with work. I am also really EP today. I woke up at 6 and then went to the hospital to get my medication. But I have a lot of coffee, so I'll be fine, I think. Charge stages? Okay. Narga, my favorite monster in the Mustard series, so seeing a Kuga head just makes me happy. Yeah, I just wish this Malzino, right? Kuga is really hard, don't get me wrong. A lot of dragons are really hard. Nothing beats Malzino though, like, god. That pin attack? Ui. Ui. Maybe I should just get Drain. Charge up is level 1. Charge up is level 1. Grinder. Valstrax is another favorite of mine. Hey Narix, you hear that? Baroki must be happy now. Kind of like they have a perfect set, and that's what the Cherry Blossom and Death Stench. Ooh. I've been using Rey Dau, Arch-Tempered Rey Dau clothing for Kuga. Looks really cool. I think the purple shiny really makes Kuga pop, and I like that. I'll just get Drain. Maybe if I get enough like Drain, I could flinch. I could flinch. Fuck. I could flinch AT Rey Dau more. Yeah. There we go. There's no need. I'm gonna use hammer anyway. I'm not gonna change. Yeah, let's change the drip for today. Today we're going serious mode, so I'm gonna be like super serious. So what do we want to change? Yeah, I've been using this. Look at the purple. Oh my god. I mean, I can become a Rey Dau as well. I have the mod, I think. Yeah, there we go. I can become Rey Dau. Rey Dau with Gore has been what I have been doing. Like, Gore's clothing just goes so fucking hard. Holy shit. But then again, Gore with Narga just feels a little bit too, like, same-ish. You know what? That goes really hard. I like it. Yo! Oh my god! Oh my god! Holy shit! Food, 24 minutes. I should probably go eat one food. Anyone want to give me free food, actually? Stingy. My comfort set been Guardian Arc Veil with new Udra boots, full white range, full flare and pot breaker so I can cycle wounds fast. Oh! For serious devastation, I've been going with Gamma Ray Dau except for the head and boots. I have zero clue what to do for the two. Oh, I just go like a full set of each dragon. And I think I have the Josia armor. I never really checked like what armor I'm wearing. I don't think I'm upgrading armor as well. Like, I don't really care that much. Yeah, I'm using the Josia one. I have... That's the skill that I'm using. I have level 5 peak performance? I'm not gonna get full health, what the fuck? No, thank you. Temporary increase affinity and reduce stamina position when certain conditions are met. See, this is what I don't get. What is the certain condition for throttle? I don't get it. Hi, Evie. Chom's Kobo 10. That's a huge chom. Not my tail. You're still on Hope Charm, Buang already. I cannot upgrade my charm what? Ore. Against monsters affected by poison or paralysis. Wait, this is good? Certain conditions are 2 minutes or taking 130 health of damage. Does it have to be in one go or can be healed out of? Oh wait, I think I know why I'm going for peak performance. Josiah's armor is essentially Valhazak's armor, right? Super recovery. And I have recovery speed. Ooh. Wait, maybe peak performance is a good idea. You know, fuck it. Let's run that. Right, that's the stat I'm going in. Okay, so 2 minutes. So 2 minutes will activate once, taking 130 health of damage. Was the same as Swirl. By taking damage, you reduce the timer for latent power to activate. Self damage counts, so from correct mental. Oh, so you can essentially have like a long time of latent power. That sounds fun. Only players, right? Only players. I want the support hunters to be back next time because man, support hunters are so cool. Oh, look, Narix, you're not gonna be angry now because I have Area 16 pop camp. I'm finally managing my camps now, wow. For this challenge and for this challenge alone, I went to manage my pop-up camps a little bit. It's so painful. Burst is viable between weapons, but for longsword it's 8 damage and 60 element status at full power. Burst, I don't think I have the decoration. Harikitte onegaishimasu. Hi, Preki. Oh my god, what the gun? Burst is... Thank you, Preki. Abang burst. Adrenaline rush. Wait, I thought I burst? I thought I burst. How bad doing get Preki? It's called Chain, level 3 deco. Wait, do you not have Chain deco? Nope. Do I need that? No, I don't. I can get in and get an A with my raw skill alone. Wow. I hate it when I say that. Holy shit. I know to eat vegetable. Kunafa. Oh, cheese is so good though. Oh, I want to eat cheese. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Give me cheese. Oh my god, cheese! Eating with my neck. Oh, cheese is so good. Yeah, I think Hammer don't need burst. I hope Kobo is good. Kobo is doing pretty good. Other than being very EP, but yeah, I'm doing pretty good. So I have one Demon Dog. Of course you get the Kuga, of course. Jade, it's so obvious. It's beyond obvious that when I see the Kuga mod, I'm gonna get it. Hi Jade. First is probably still good. Lines up honestly, oh, that's so funny. Yeah. Right? It's good enough. Now I'm just patiently waiting for a Malzeno mod. It's possible. Alright, it's entirely possible, I'm just waiting for it now. A single dose of burst is really nice. Same the higher levels of burst are kinda meh. Last time your third took over and she said that you can be a handful sometimes? What? But I didn't do anything to the dragon. What? Why I oughta? I'll show her a handful. Why I oughta? Let's go. Do I play evasion mental? I never used a single mental in this game. Like, I just think it's not that useful at all. Hiya! Let's go. That's not it. Help. Oh god. Get down. That's not aim at me. I got snake. Oh my god. Nope. That's a train. Nope. Ow. That's a stun. This is fine. Slide. Why would you slide? Why you no slide? I don't understand the slide sometimes. Ow. Enough time, maybe? Let's go. Oh, that was very slow. Don't do it! Hiya. just fine. Oh, second one. You're a handful because you fit right into my hand. I mean, you'll be right. Mending metal is great for basically giving yourself temporary immortality. Oh, really? I never use any mental at all. just the occasional, the hiding mental. What was it called? I'm just gonna call the sneak. Like, sneak. Hey, actually. That was kind of bad. Oh. Too early. Get the bonk. The big bonk. Yeah. Bonk. 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 Mega. Bonk. Help. Why I ordered? Come here. I tried. Oh no. I wanted to hold it. Delicious. Oh. On KPM, keyboard and mouse is a hotkey. I think C, which puts on the mantle immediately. Controller says a keybind. Left button R2. Ooh. Holy what? I'm using mantles now. Holy shit! Was I not charging? Get out of here. enough time, maybe? Do we? Yeah. Bonk. I do it. Evasion mental. Thank you, evasion mental. Yeah. Good enough. Ow. Man, it's kinda hard to aim. This is a really bad terrain to fight. Good enough. Hiya. Nope. Aim properly. Okay. Weeah. You scared, man? Weeah. Another one? Good enough. Ay, 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 ay. No. No. Oh, it's already 13 minutes. I feel like my hammer can do it though. I don't want to resort to longsword. I mean, longsword might be a little bit easy, I feel like. Or maybe even greatsword? I could try greatsword. I don't feel confident with my switch axe currently. Lens, maybe, if I block well. I could try lens, yeah, I could try lens. You got so lucky. Ow. Help. Oh my god. Dabong. Me bomber. Got him. Hey, hammer is not bad. I mean, 15 minutes? I don't think it's just spamming on along there, but I'm not really aiming for the 6-minute kill. I mean, I don't do ISS at all. $15 minutes, there's definitely a chance. Let me try Greatsword. Oh, yo. Oh, there it is. I got burst. Speaking of the Develer, I got burst. I feel like I can solo this. Like, to get A. Like, should I try hammer one more time? You know what? Oh wait, attack level 3 maybe? That gets me to attack level 4. And charge up, what does charge up do again? This one. Induce stun when you hit the monster with a hammer's charge attack. Okay, maybe that's not as important. How about if I get attack level 5? Yeah. And Charge Master. Increase elemental damage and status buff for charge attacks. Maybe that's pretty good. I mean, it's definitely better than charge up. Oh, I've Charge Master here? Wow. I'll get one chain. On first hit, gain a small temporary attack and element boost, replaced by a larger boost after the 5th hit. Amount increase depends on weapon. Oh. Hammer! Other than spinning bludgeon, I feel like it's hard to get 5 hit, but on first hit, there's always a first hit, so yeah, it's really good. Yeah, for the first hit bonus, exactly. Even Greatsword runs this? Shit, okay. The 3 minutes. Let's do it again. I got this. I hope. I mean, just now I feel like my hammer was not bad. Greatsword gets 10 and 80. The hammer gets 860. That's... What is this hammer prejudice, huh? Gosh diggity dang, wow. Let's go, chicken. We're gonna bonk the shit out of AT Rey Dau. Good morning. Oh, I didn't mean to slide. Hit that, hit that, hit that. Wake up. Hiya, what are you doing? Okay. Oh, it's slide again. Oh, the electric. Help. Oh, that works. Oh, help. Walao eh. Uh-oh. I'm stunned. Uh-oh. How did I survive that? Oh, it's Moxie. Okay. Was it aim at the kitty? I think that was aim at the kitty. Uh-oh. Are you really like flying for 10 years for this one? You're really interested in my kitty this run. Oh, I cannot offset that. Woohoo. What? You can cancel that? Wait, what? I'm learning new things about AT Rey Dau. Hey, McKitty. Oh, this one feels really bad. Okay. Wow, that was kind of bad. Oh my god, the sliding fucks me up every time. Oh no. Yeah, this run feels really bad. Feels like I'm being hit way too much. Oh. Uh-oh. What are you aiming at? Oh, that works. Oh, that I aim at the wound instead. Now you don't want to slide. What the fuck is going on? Slide. The slide is so delayed. It's so shit now. Nope. Why decide to charge there? Don't ask me. Oh! What? Oh my god, second hit. I'll just do it. Cool. Cool. It's all empty hits. Oh my god. The first is also just 554 weapons, 30 element for bow and dual blades though. Presumably they hit enough times as is. Oh yeah, I could try bow. I mean, I don't play as much bow, but I feel like my bow might be good enough. Oh, that was so good. Not that though. Oh. Kitty carrying me again. Thanks, Kitty. I love you, Kitty. Oh. No slide. I'll take it. Whee! Oh, sorry. Oh, now you slide. Thank you. That's so good. Yeah. Yeah. $30 seconds. I mean, if I reach there, it's already 30 seconds. I think it's faster now. And I played badly too. Shit. If I can get KO level 3, maybe it'll be better. But stun is only 1 star against Rey Dau. If it's on past area 16, you missed A rank. It's harsh, but it's true. 16 was... yeah. I got this. Don't slide, brother! Ayo. Ayo. Thanks, kitty. Yep, don't go straight on. That was stupid. No. Oh shit. Oh no, lightning! I swear to god, that move hits way bigger area than it should hit. Thanks, kitty. What was that? Unlucky. Well, that worked. I'll take it. Going back to 17 isn't going close, past zone 16. And got him low enough to get back to his nest, which overrides the roaming zone timer. Like this is what I have. The 15 minutes again. I have the knowledge dragon. Very nice. If I want anything, I just ask and I'll get it every time. It's so good. Focus KO. Ooh. Quick switch. precise. Should I try Switch Axe? No, I'll try Greatsword first. I want to make another Greatsword actually. What? He practiced the 16 move and another zona specifically press 16 deeper inland. I don't know, just don't change twice or like 3 times. I think the 3rd time means that nah, right? I think. Hi Cobalt Gold. Where's my mouse? There we go. How are you doing? Oh my god. What were you playing? If it goes to Oasis, you miss a timer. Yep. Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege. Still don't know what the game is, but that game sounds like it's a platformer, question mark? Rainbow... Oh, Six Siege though. Siege? Is like a medieval kind of Dark Souls game? Anyway, I hope you had fun. Also, welcome in Raiders. I'm Tira. I'm a kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Welcome. It's quite the opposite. R6 is... Oh, it's bang bang shooty shooty? R6 is... Oh, it's called R6? But how about Tom Clancy part? Why not TCR6? R6 is actually a team versus team shooter kind of CS. What? It's a shooty bang bang game. Holy, I missed the mark. Anyway, I hope it was fun. If you need any post-stream care, definitely go do them. Get some rest, get some drink, get some food. Heck yeah. People you know the Tom Clancy part and just go Rainbow Six Siege. Fair enough. I mean, Tom Clancy is just like a... It sounds like someone else's name. I don't think I like that. Let's see if I can make a great sword. I want to make a cool great sword. Oh, I could try sword and shield. Oh, I can try so many weapons. Yeah. This is... Oh, haaaaaard. Wow. That doesn't look too... Is that a chainsaw? Oh my god, it's a chainsaw. Oh, it's Chicken's weapon. That's shit sharpness though. Bone slasher. Oh my god, this sword is so cool. Protective polish. Why do you need protective polish on a fucking great sword? Grants no sharpness loss for 90 seconds after activation. Hi. Oh yo. I swear like Shiyu's weapon is so cool always. Oh, chicken. Hunger Cleaver Guardiana. Poison King. Oh, that's pretty easy. Valkyrie Plate. Seek Linde. Dooster Stalls. Fuck, I cannot make that. Oh. How do I make this? Hunter Symbol 1. Spear Tuna Fin. How do you get Spear Tuna Fin? Go my god has absolutely zero goddamn chill. Yeah. I use Greatsword usually to fight against Gormagala. It's a lot easier. Since Since Gormagala is all like physical attack, so offset is really good against Gormagala. Oh, this weapon is so cool. Akane Sasu. Mizutune Water Orb. I swear, like all the cool ass weapon, I'm missing something. Where can I find my husband and wife Mizu? Do I make another Arshan weapon? Arshan weapon looks like shit. I hate it. What you want? Ice? I can try ice. Just all attack. All attack. Yeah, there we go. All attack on ice. You need a fish for it. Hardest fish to catch. Oh, God damn it. Varianza. I mean, I want to cope by saying that playing at 20 to 30 FPS. I mean, 30 FPS is generous. Playing at 20 FPS is a little bit difficult. You know, that's my coping. That's my coping. That's my excuse of not getting A. Can I do that? Can I do that? Charge Master. I think I want this one. Okay, Rishi. What? Weren't you getting lunch too? Oh yeah, you're offensive guard. And then I can focus Dragon Jewel. If you still can A rank, I'll help you later. I mean, you can help me get A rank. And then I'm still gonna keep trying on my own to get A rank. But I want to guarantee A rank so that I can get that shiny pendant. Ken. Make it easier to inflict wounds. Upon inflicting enough damage, also deals additional non-elemental damage. Wow. Okay. I really don't believe in peak performance anymore. Attack plus 20 while active. Is that like really good? One flare, one chain. Oh, I should probably get maximum might. I mean, since I'm using Great Sword. There we go. Alright, let's give it a try. Hi, Salo. So she has rude me. I forgot to play CB, so now I guess I'm an SNS main. Hey, look, variety is good. Having being able to play multiple weapons is also good, right? But then here's the problem. I don't excel at any weapon. It's so sad. Hope you're doing good, Salo. Oh wait, 16 minutes? I think 16 minutes should be enough. Drink? Oh, I'll drink after. Alright, asshat. I'm getting that A. I hate it here. Why? Well, off to a good start, I think. A very good start. Don't forget I can block. Finding Rey Dau is easy, just gonna hit until he dies. Honestly, true. Oh, that was too strong of a hit to offset? Sorry, I'm not playing hammer anymore. Nope. Not like this. Too late. Oh no! Maybe Greatsword is not that good of an idea. Did you just one hit and then roar? What did I do wrong to you? God damn it. Too late. I'm not hammer. Nope. What? I hate it here. Yeah. That was so bad. I'm staying on the ground, stay on the ground. Don't do it! No! I just did the thing where you smack him and there was a challenge. Oh yeah, there's a free challenge quest now. You get A rank, you can get a very shiny pendant. It's my color. With CBR sub 10, you're solo gaming. I just spun him constantly. Maybe I should try CB as well. I'm gonna try out a bunch of weapons to see which one I feel great with. I could try a bow next time, I feel like. Just keep hitting until he died. It's good enough. What happened? Come. I'll take it. Ayo. Do it! Cut it! Cut it! I guess that worked. 666. That's how we know we're doing it. No, I cannot see shit! Yeah, that's too strong for it to offset. Yo! Oi, oi! Brother. Give me that wound. Always commit. No. Oh, cannot block the second one. I cannot block the second one. I feel like Greatsword might be a little bit difficult because Greatsword cannot block 2 times in a row. Makes it kind of hard. I cannot ball. See? 呀妈，一张火那么不能够 block 2次，我真的是。Just don't release block, so the second one cannot perfect guard? You. God damn it. Well, Greatsword is out of the question now. Brother! Block 2 times is not that difficult! Oh no. We're both gonna be perfects if you won. Perfect. Once his parts are broken, he's just whiny baby. I mean, I'm a whiny baby man right now playing Greatsword. Greatsword is just not good against like AT Rey Dau. It's so good against Rey Dau, not good against AT Rey Dau with the constant 2 hits. Without being able to block 2 times, it's cancerous. I'll take this as a practice run. I swear to God, I blocked 2 times perfect. It's so easy. Thanks, Salmon. Alma is such a sweetheart. Help. How did I not die from that? Try SNS. I'll try bow first. I feel like bow might be good against Rey Dau. But here's me just trying anyway. So far, hammer feels good. Longsword obviously is like very easy against Rey Dau. I feel like I want longsword as my last resort. I feel like longsword should be not hard. Did I do it? Ow. Oh, you cannot cancel into anything. Why did I do that? Thanks, kitty. Oh. I already hit the guarantee of airing cost of 10, so sub 12 for the event version. The event version I had like 20 plus minutes. Maybe I'm not trying hard enough. I swear to god the auto camera is like shit sometimes. But I cannot live without it. I need to oh. What? I need a refund. Just gonna big bang here. I regret my decisions and my deeds. I'm so sorry. Holy shit. Brother, oh my god. Offset that one. Let's go. I cannot offset that one. Yeah, I survived. It's a miracle. You know, we could have done it earlier, Kitty. It's alright. 14 minutes. Eevee donut? Hence narrates a refund in the form of one tasty donut. Yeah, nah, missing the weak spot punish is like detrimental. It's a huge stun with every weak spot hit. It's like, I'm bringing hammer. It's way easier to do than the TCS. Here come the Mega. Oi! Why would you slide there, brother? The sliding is so weird, it's my only complaint right now. Sometimes it needs the steepest ground to slide, sometimes it needs just a little bit of a tiny bit of steep ground to slide. Like, brother, make it consistent. World is weird? Nah, world is good. World, I say world is good because it needs a really steep ground to slide. Over here is like random weird ass small little tiny ass like steep can just slide sometimes, and it's so bad. Okay, fine. Rice hammer sliding. Yeah, Rice is shit. That one we can agree on. Why is my health like this? Oh, my meal effect is gone. Like, see? That one doesn't slide. Sometimes it does. I don't get it. I'm dead! I used to main hammer so much in World. I've been spoiled by like proper... Like, in World, that can slide. This one needs to be delayed. I don't get it. Holy... I never really noticed a sliding problem, because most of the time, I want to slide, but it doesn't slide. I don't want it to slide, and it slides! I hate it. Hammer is fun though. Despite me bitching about hammer sliding, hammer is great. Odogara and fucking monkey. We don't talk about Black Coca because I hate them with a passion. Same with Konga Lala. Just anything that's monkey, no. Okay, this one doesn't count. Artillery too? Thank you. I need this. Wait, I can play Gunlans now. Dragon opener. Can I get my own dragon opener? Hell yeah, man. How about Acharakan? Who's that? I don't even want to know what that is. Only reason I'm neutral to them is because I can flatten them. Good. For me, I hate them with a passion. I do not want to even think about them. Gives me PTSD. Especially with the old games, fighting against them is like, holy. Guess I'll be vegan. Fighting against those monkeys is like, ugh. Feels I could get some weird disease fighting them. Oh, it's so healthy. I hate it. The fire monkey? Yeah, I know, but I don't know. I would rather pretend that they don't exist. Nothing cool about them. Did I drink demon drug? Like, the problem I have so much trouble with monkey monsters in any Monster Hunter game is their timing is so weird and so shit to fight against. I think this is my, yeah, this is my bow armor, the gore armor. Let's try it. Oh yeah, dual blade. Dual blade is kind of boring though. Bandolier. I have ballistics. What does ballistic do again? In which ammo and arrows have maximum power? Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh, ballistics too. Okay, okay, okay. I guess I can give it a try. Adrenaline rush and chain. Where my chain? Oh, there it is. Alright, let's try again. I feel like... wait, let me see if I can make a bow. Any cool looking bow I can get? I mean, Gomarkala's bow is already really cool. Yeah, I don't need to look at another bow. Let's go. Time to shoot that thing. I mean, honestly, I just don't mind fighting Rey Dau again and again. Like, Rey Dau is so hot, it's fine. God, I love Rey Dau. The music is top tier as well. It's so good. Showtime! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did I not dodge? Uh-oh. Yep. Was it not aiming me? Oh, it's so delayed. Ooh, okay, okay. When I try to learn the dodge, it's so different. Okay, okay. Lock in, lock in. Different timing charges, need to remember. Feels like if I play well, bow can be it. Me first, me first. Me first. Oh my god. Yeah, I have to play properly. I cannot just be like all over the place. But shoot with intent. And stop shooting when I'm trying to dodge. When I see an attack going my way. Usually Rey Dau attack is like very slow, so I can dodge in time most of the time. Yeah. Let me ride you. Ah. Right, you can cancel that, I forgot. Hello, that was cool. Ow. Oh no, I didn't dodge in time? Yeah, I was a little bit late. Hi, Will. Oh my god, shiny. I feel like bow might be it actually. Hope you're doing good, Will. Buh. Oh my god, buh. 35 streak. Thank you, Will. Oh. Good. Thank you, Will. Ow. Gah. 11 months, thank you. Oh my god. Ayoy! That was a fast one. Bow might be it, but it's really difficult to fight Rey Dau with a bow. But when I get the bow going, it feels good. Maybe I need more practice to if I want to get a fast time with bow. Uh-oh. This terrain is like the worst. What happened? Whoa! I'm dead. What happened? Quicksand? Valahara, not now, you ass! Oh, I got the tail, okay. Only with bow can I cut the tail off. How funny. Wow, it's not even weak. Maybe bow is not it. I don't know. I thought the damage I'm doing is pretty okay, but I guess not, yeah. Yeah, 16 minutes, not even weak. It's alright, my bow is shit anyway. I play bow for fun. But I just like being able to have like play multiple different weapons. Yep. Oh. Yeah, bow is not it. It's a good try though. Do you think I should use my like almost 20 hours in Blender to finally try and make a character model? If you want, then that would be fun. Heck yeah. Nope. That was a delayed one. Holy shit, I died there. Interesting. 20 minutes? Close. Yeah, bow. I mean, bow feels good, but the damage I deal is not really that good, I feel like. Yeah. Good try, good try. Bahala tried to snipe me? Yeah, that Bahala was a shithead. You know, other people are, other things are shitted. That Balahara was a shithead. Grind the draw. At least I'm getting a consistent B. You know, whenever is finding Rey Dau with 3 support hunters, I am getting C all the time. Alright, good try. My Sword and Shield is not that good though. I feel like I'm missing a lot of like Sword and Shield, like really good attacks in there. Do you think you utilize Pitfall and that one rock in his nest? Oh yeah, traps. Shit, I forgot about traps. I should probably do that more. That one rock in his nest? Let's try Gunlance. I have Artillery 2. So I got level 3 Artillery now. I got Magazine and Iron Wall. Maybe I need Offensive Guard actually. Offensive Guard for that is really good. I need to nab an A rank. I'll try. I love the Xbox hammer. Xbox hammer. Maximum might for Gunlance. I think it's pretty okay, no? We always get chain, always chain. Maximum might be fun. Yeah. Imagine that all the bullet just like thruck. There we go. Everyone is so stingy. Hiya. They don't give anything. Gunlands don't need crit, can waltz in with 0 crit, cause shells, wild fire, and stake cannot crit. Oh shit. I've been playing maximum might with Gunlands because I like Gunlands. So mighty no need then. Refresh? I can have level 3 of anything here. Potential? %35% or lower. Attack plus 30% and defense increasing effects are negated while active. Ooh. I mean, I don't think I can play at that health. But I can try to live dangerously. I don't know. Hi Zeal. Check the art channel in the Dispo. Oh, I have Dispo closed when I play Monster Hunter Wilds though. I'll check it out after. I don't believe I got this though. Yeah, I usually don't open up this boat when I 30 minutes? Yeah, that's pretty good. When I play Monster Hunter Wilds. Because I try to open as less thing as possible when I play this. See on phone? My phone's charging, but I think it should be done. I may have done art last night. Heck yeah. Oh wait. Okay, after this hunt then I'll... I mean, after this hunt then my phone should be full, I feel like. Maybe. I mean, my phone is not the newest phone or anything, but it works. I think I have my phone for like 6 years now. It still works, there's no need to change anything. Let's go chicken! Oh, I forgot to clean my... Ask Rey Dau charge your phone faster. I got charged! Rey Dau is charging me, not the phone. Be trying drawing without line art, just free drawing colors. Oh, painting! That sounds fun. Ayowe. Help! 2 times in a row already? 哦，你不爽我用干 lens 就讲吗？真的是明明玩到这样好，你给我做这样的事情，你为什么要做我一单呢？是不是先没有理由的吗？是不是？忽然间就给我忽然间一波的 crash 下去了，那我怎样好呢？这样，哎呦。I don't think I need to send this one actually. I mean, it's been happening quite frequently lately, which is kind of sad. Can't just be like, stop, stop. I'm gonna go get my phone real quick. Should be done charging. 我等一下啊，等一下啊。I'm here, I'm here. Shin Fox. Hi. Cobalt time. Wait, I heard VB Wolf before, I think. Harry J Pendragon. Hi. Hello, Moon Shadow. That video? Heck yeah. Yeah, mobile bit. Here, I can do it. I'm here twice now. Oh, hi, Brecky. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Ignore the fact that my game crashes now. It didn't happen. Don't worry about it. How was Lama Luna? I don't know what that game is, but I hope it was fun. How goes the hunting? I've been trying to get A, but very hard. I'm trying out all the weapons and see which one I'm comfortable with. And I'm gonna get that A rank. Hope you are doing good. Hope you are doing good. Welcome everyone. I'm Tiara. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits. And I do art sometimes. Get that rank. I know, right? Alright, I need my powerful lossless scaling. Okay. Where did everything go? Alright, the power of lossless scaling. Oh yeah, I need this. If you need any post-stream care, you know, get some food, get some drink, get some rest. Heck yeah. Alright, there we go. Now I can play at about 25 to 30 FPS, I think. I mean, 30 FPS is such a... It's so generous if I can get 30. Hi, Tenshio Luma. Came in with the fantastic shin. Fantastic shin. And shin feels very bite-able. Isn't shin like part of a leg? SNS 1210, no feints. Oh my god, Salo Gaming. I'm still gonna try my Goon Lance and see how it works. Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, I got my phone. I'm supposed to check Discord. Hot yums? Is that hot chocolate? The sliding guard is so broken you practically just dance around and up to him the entire time, and then when Wound shows up, good god, do you get free bullies? I never used a sliding guard before. I mean, my plan with Sword and Shield is just R2O. Like you block and then you do the block slash over and over again, and then you are basically invincible. Flashpots, and he's in the air to deal with the early part so he can build up wounds. God, I never used flashpots before. Should I change my... Should I try to use flashpot? I'm so lazy to change items down there. But I think if I want to get that A, I should probably do it. They can be very useful? Yeah. They're super duper useful, but man, am I lazy. Oh, I cannot be lazy. Why am I lazy? I'm playing Monhan. Hiya. But the snake can go past Roy and technically gets iframe out of the first. Ooh. Okay. Why are you flying? Oh, thank you. Get that ass. Boom. Anyway. Delay. Fast. Why are you aiming at me, bomber? Hey. Was the aim at me? Oh no. Oh my god, can I attack? Oh, I don't know. Heroics? I'm gonna play with heroics. Fuck this. Come here. You big bully! Nah, I'm blocking this. Okay, I'm not blocking that. I'm so sorry. Brother, I can only block and block again. Maybe? Do it. Heck yeah, thank you. Wham. I did one attack, I almost died for it. Ow. I forgot about that. Oh yeah. Where's the Rock? Where's Dwayne the Rock Johnson? Time. Oh my god, hey Muzzle. Ow. This is fine. Hope it's doing good. Welcome in, Raiders. I'm a little bit busy trying to get this thing. But thanks again for the raid. Welcome in. I'm blocking this. Come on! Yeah! Oh my god, it's so bad. That feels really bad. Welcome in, Muzzle. Poke, poke, poke. I love the poke. The Goon Lance is more like poke, big explosion. There's something about explosions that I love so much. It's amazing. I'll give a shout out after, right? When were you playing? I hope you had a 5-year stream, Muzzle. Also, welcome in, Raiders, for Muzzle. I'm Tiara. I'm a kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon. I love dragon bits. And I do war sometimes. Hope you are doing good. Why'd I do that? Let's go heroics. I'm not scared. I'm not scared. Okay, I'm very scared. I'm sorry. Was doing some achievement hunting in Guild Wars 2. Oh, how did it go? Hopefully you get most achievements done. But then it's Guild Wars 2 though, isn't it gonna be very difficult for it? Since it's like an MMO game. Nice. Yeah. Camera. Yeah. Nice. Ow. Oh, I got robbed. Yikey peaky. Yeah, I think there's more that I could ever do, but I think it's some today. Ooh, yeah, that's good to know. Slowly does it, right? Good to know. Contemplating if I should use my one cat edit voucher to change this for the deeper other one. If you want, of course you can. Is your head in the ground just now? What? That was a daylight robbery, brother. I thought only a kobo is allowed to do that. Oh. I'm gonna do it again, do it again, do it again. Oh, no slide. Ow. Uh-oh. What kind of luck is that? I don't know. Go heroic! How am I surviving that shit? Nope. I need that. I cannot play heroics, it gives me so much anxiety, holy shit. Oh, you don't have the second electric burst anymore. Wait, that feels kind of fast. I mean, I play so bad though. Why are you spinning though? A lot of them are fun. Things like find all the items they hit around the map. Oh, so those kind of achievement. It's more like a fun kind of achievement hunt. Because usually when I hear the word achievement hunt, I kind of feel scared because it's always like some super duper difficult execution kind of thing. Like it's so tough that it requires like hours of practice, even days, or sometimes on a rare occasion months of practicing. But that sounds like a good fun achievement hunt. It's time consuming, yes, but it's a fun kind. Brave. It's more of a little bit of a dum-dum. Bonk. Don't roll. Hiya. Oh, I tried to offset. That was aim at kill. Ow. Ooh. Oh, I think this is my fastest attempt. With gun lens though. But I feel like I'm not doing anything with gun lens, I just keep getting hit and blocking though. 15 minutes. So getting 13 minutes is definitely possible. I just need to play a lot better than this. I don't dare to try sword and shield though, I feel I'm gonna get judged. I don't know how to use sword and shield as much. In shave of 3 minutes. Don't spend it, no judging, quantity of drugs. I do have demon drug, yeah. Been using them as well. Pitfall traps. I don't remember using pitfall trap. Fuck. Oh, lens. Wait, I feel comfortable using lens, yeah. But I only have shit lens though. No, sword and shield. Should I just try foray with with sword and shield? I was playing a lot, you just play again the famous install when the expansion started releasing. Oh yeah, I remember Narix is like very into Guild Wars 2. Bringing 2 P4 traps will help a lot, especially when it's being too aggro. Oh, I can bring a web and a net and a trap tool. Oh. Nozomiwa. Jake Ank. Corona. Why is that the name? Critical status, poison duration up. I could try foray with this actually. I thought of Hunter's symbol. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. Teikase. Electrocore. Sokunado aru monoka. Let's go, race 7. I should get Venom, right? Yeah, Venom. Oh wait, I already have. Oh wait, it doesn't have Venom. Poison build up. If I have Venom, then I should play offensive guard. Chain. Foray is 3. Oh, foray is 3. Yeah, no heroics is too scary. No heroic. Let's play maximum might. I feel like maximum might is a good go-to, but because I'm playing Gunlance just now, I'm not playing maximum might. I want to use my Xbox. So far I tried Great Sword was really bad against it. Oh, I haven't tried Hunting Horn yet. Gunlance is pretty good. I just need to be playing a lot more careful. So with bow, hammer feels the best so far. I haven't tried longsword yet, but I feel like longsword I might just do it like very easily. But then again, I might just eat my own words. I don't know. I don't use my ticket. Greatsword bad? No, Greatsword is really good. I fucking love Greatsword. But to fight against Arch-Tempered Rey Dau is really difficult. Oh, nice. Just try only. I'll try Sword and Shield first. Greed a meal. Meat. I think Caprice meal is pretty good. It can be, yeah. I struggled to perfect gut twice with Greatsword a lot, so it's a little bit sad. Greatsword is so fucking fun though, god. Oh my god, Egu! Eating with my neck! You know what? I'm done being edgy. Yeah, I'm done being edgy. It's time to be shiny. I mean, this is kinda shiny. Oh yeah. Wish the Wiggler mod I found worked. I haven't figured out how to get it to work. Oh, there's a Wiggler for wilds? Oh shit. That could have been so nice though. I want the Hunting Horn Boom. That one just doesn't work, unfortunately. Like ever since the update, the Mizu update, they haven't fixed they haven't updated the mod for the Boom Hunting Horn. It's so cool and funny. Okay, what's the plan? What's the plan with Sword and Shield? So triangle, triangle. Triangle, 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 R2O. Triangle, triangle, R2O. I think that's the loop. I mean the easy loop, I guess. And then if I can, try to do Perfect Rush, question mark? Well, I feel like Perfect Rush might not be the best currently. I forgot to bring drugs, fuck. Hungry now? Food, good. See, this is the problem with like, I'm like jack of all trades. I can play pretty much all the weapons. But then I'm so bad at them. Like, hiya. you going? Where am I going? So scuffed. I feel like my sword and shield is too scuffed. Oh my god, it's not even full. I should probably use the sliding more. Forgot that exists. Ooh. Oh. Unfortunate. May use a snipe as a means to reposition and close the distance. I haven't found blocking just wasted time and my precious sharpness. Fair enough, fair enough. I feel like they are not even poisoned. They are not poisoned even once. Is it just me? Ooh, that was cool. Mistimed. Might be resistance as all, you know. It's the Josia SS because it just thinks so well. I don't have the Josia Crystal Horn. I'm lazy to go like farm it. I'm too lazy. Why am I playing Monster Hunter when I'm just so lazy all the time? Oh, was it no copy? A very scuffed fight, but Hey. I don't know. I could try an archer weapon, but the archer weapon just don't look that good. They look boring. Okay, kobo. Yeah. Real quick, weird question. I'm ready for it. Is same gender marriage a lot in Malay? Nope. Nope. It's death sentence to mention LGBTQ plus in Malaysia. Or like if someone like a police can really charge you if they feel like, oh, you're talking too much about LGBTQ plus, and the sentence could be death sentence. So it's a little bit extreme. Yeah. Oh wait, I forgot to change weapon. Uh-oh. That's so shit. Never seen it use that before. Too early. I couldn't see my own character. And that was kind of a cool last hit. Can we do the add layered weapons again, so we mostly just can just swing out to basic gear setups. I like the layered armor already. The way they do the layered armor here is so good. A layered weapon is like, Can't wait for them to implement that. Hi Kelsey. Gonna kill them all. If I can choose to not kill, I would. Like, holy. I want to date and smooch all dragons. It's much better that way. 19 minutes. Hey, you know what? Good try. Those grounding pots are nice if you smack them in the face in mid-charge. Oh. You could probably catch you with a pitfall. But capturing is not an option here, right? Because the quest mentions slay. Pitfall, pitfall. Right, pitfall. Hey! Yeah, I feel like they're doing this for the sake of like the challenge, which I can totally understand. Do I dare try charge blade? My charge blade is so bad actually. I want to give it a try. I think I have power prolonger here. Enhancer. Enhancer bolt and enhancer dragon. I'll just get the... Oh wait, I already have enhancer too. Wow. Offensive guard, maybe? Yeah, offensive guard might be good here. See, this is the problem with jack of all trades. I can play most weapons. I don't excel at any of them. It's so sad. 30 minutes? Yeah, should be enough. Alright, I don't know how many attempts was this, but attempts! Attempts! Heck yeah! I'll say that's a better skill set than what I do, but you're so good though! I just hit them until they stop moving. Isn't that what we do? Just couple things, right? Pitfall trap, pitfall trap, pitfall trap. Alright. And I'm etching that to my brain. Pitfall trap. Oh, and a stone and a rock at his house. Yeah, okay. The rock, pitfall trap. Rock, pitfall trap. I didn't bring flashpot. Fuck. You don't know where I am. You don't know where I am. Whee! No! Yeah, oh my god. There's a flashback, but this zone only goes through and grab that one. Oh yeah, right.
大丈夫ですか？必要なものがあれば補充していってくださいね。追加の試供品です。
I got breaky booty? Oh my god. Breaky has blessed me. Okay, equip that flash pad. This one. There we go. Now we're gaming, Eat that voucher, okay? Pizza cutter! Why would you double roar there? What? Ow. Ow. Wait, what? Man, having no defensive option with the axe mode is very scary. Block? Where am I blocked? I still was like, oh no. Hey, maybe pizza counter is not too bad. Our only defense options are go back to shield or use the slow X tilts for movement. Yeah, movement with the biggest quotation mark there, yeah. And then the O can only like go forward, so it's also a little bit awkward. So you can movement with either direction with triangle, and then you can only move forward with O. Well, again, movement with the biggest quotation mark. Yikes. That's kind of bad. Ow. Why'd I do that? That was a little bit dumb. I roll into it. As you can charge the shield directly without needing to do an AED. Do I know? Using focus AO guide the axe is so peak in this game, helps to keep in line with things. Oh, flash pod. Oh, rocks! I didn't do any of them. Oh my god. Oh, all the stamina. Whee! Oh, 15. 15 is just my average time of winning, right? Your ability to perfect so many attacks terrifies me. I'm always with him. Maybe I'm a defensive player, I don't know. Perfect guard makes me very happy. I think when you store fires, if you press and hold heavy, am I playing Street Fighter? What is that? Is this the one? That looks kinda cute, and then it's not cute, cool. He's using a big rock. Kill faster? You cover all fires until you shoot immediately, so you charge your shield that way now. Skip twist. Yeah, oh my god, it's way faster. Do I try longsword? I mean, I'm pretty sure my longsword is gonna be 15 minutes as well. Oh no! I think 15 minutes is just my best. Even hits and guards at the same. Ooh, that's a really good move, holy shit. I'll keep in mind next time. I feel like if I... Can I try Charge Blade one more time? I feel like if I were to use the trap, use the rock, and use flash pods, I might be able to do it actually. Caprice meal. I think Caprice meal is really good. Give me that mangosteen. Give me that food. Eat my own hands. And with my neck. That mangosteen though. Heck yeah. He even set a pitfall before hitting him right under the brig. But don't I need to do a sneak attack against them? I feel like that's gonna be good, right? Maybe Foray was helping me. It'd just be a big damage opportunity. He pops out, you drop a rock and he falls over. Oh, that's so clever. Oh wait, so if I preemptively set the trap at the just below the rock, and I can just fight normally. Oh my god, so clever. Is that what Hunter is supposed to do instead of just going ape shit with just raw like I have my poking stick. I'm gonna win my poking stick. I don't know about big rocks or anything else. That's always how I've been playing Monster Hunter. Maybe I should be clever about this a little bit. Just a little bit more clever, I feel like. Do I have maximum AT data? Yes, I do. Wish I had thought of that when I fought him. Now you can do, oh, you already got A, right? I got this. I'm gonna get A this run, I think. Hopefully, maybe. Had to go back to the Kobo manual. Being clever is for nerds. Yeah. Nerd. Nerd. I just like to fight. Kobolds love traps. I do love traps, but I just tend to forget about traps. Only when I only use trap when I'm trying to capture monsters. If I'm trying to use, I don't think of using trap when I'm fighting against monsters normally. Only when I'm trying to capture it, then I'll use traps. Which is kind of weird. Oh wait, I should check the map. Any Mitu? God, Mitu is like... Is Mizu facing extinction? Kobo loves traps. We do. Instead of capturing the monster, we're going to capture the opportunity for damage. For this time, I guess I have to do it. Okay, we have one flash pot, and I think one is all we need. When Rey Dau is flying a lot, is there a quote list? Yeah, when Rey Dau is flying a lot, just flash him. Yeah, I don't think that's a quote list. You can try quote a random number. You see in the air just when it's a free Vexler, so I'm frame laser. So that's the rock, right? I think this hits. Here's hoping. Get that ass. Oh, that slides. Oh, oops. Hello? Oh. Man, that hit needs to get nerfed sometimes, I feel like. I forgot to charge my shield. I had to. The rock! Bring down the rock! Tasty kobo. There's a few kobobs here, but we're not tasty. I literally had to drop it when it pops up in screens. Oh, wait, yeah, I forgot. Oh, I have to wait until it gets up. Right, right. That's so funny. I'm still a slime. What is that? I'm stunned. This might not be it. I played kinda bad. I mean, once they reach here, I don't think it's possible to get A anymore. What? Oh. Re-equip flash pods? Oh yeah, flash pods a thing. I don't think I took it this round. No way. I mean, okay, yeah lah, fine lah. I mean, why? Man. Man. Unfortunate. I mean, even though that one was not a really good run, but eh. I haven't tried Hunting Horn, Lance, Dual Blade. I tried Bow. Yeah, I tried Bow. I don't think I want to try Insect Glaive. It's too hard to play. But I could try. I think most of the time when I play Insect Glaive, I'm just probably gonna try and get the 1, 2, 3 essence. But if I have Power Prolonger, then it should be good? No, like the thing is, if I try power prolonger, meaning that I intend to play with full essence and not spamming the offset rising something thing, whatever that is. Right? Hmm. Gosh, I don't know. Insect Glaive feels fun to play. I feel like I want to try it. Even though playing Insect Glaive is a little bit painful since I need to hold the button most of the time, I'm willing to give it a try. Who knows, maybe that would shock me. Okay, lost the scaling. Like Savage X. Oh, focus mode, yeah. I feel like I'm not utilizing focus mode as much. One thing I'm sure is that I am blocking really well. I'm not dodging good, but I'm blocking okay. Claw grip? Alright, what insect glaive do I have? Looks like I can only make a Arshan insect glaive. Because I just don't have Hunter's symbol. Oh, that looks so cool though. Le Moonskift. Queen Regalia. Man, if only I have Hunter's symbol. I'm not hunting nearly enough. Oh, yo, Rey Dau's weapon looks so cool. Oh my god. Bequeathed Testament. Bequeathed. Isn't this Switch Axe? Tell me that's Switch Axe, isn't it? This is just Switch Axe, hello? Alright, let's make a Jin Dahat then. Yeah, a Jin Dahat weapon. Let's give it a try. No. No. I don't have the Futium. Oh. Arshan it is. God damn it. Poison? I'll do poison. This one. Oh my god, they are so stingy. Alright, one level it is. One level is good enough. Element boost. Great. Venom is not venomous, right? Isn't that abnormal status? Okay, it's fine. So what do we need? We need... weapons with gauge and charge rate for weapons with charge attacks. Insect Glaive doesn't benefit from this, right? Enhancer. Maybe I should get flight. Wait, there's a... Oh, I forgot. Wait, that could be good. What if I get Venom level 3? Venom. This is so stupid. Venom. Oh, wait. Chain. Yeah. Do I play Mighty? Yeah, sure, whatever. It's fine. Okay, let's give it another go. Oh, hi, Hrist. Oh my god, hi. Did they add Nargacuga? Nope. But you can be a Nargacuga, so I think that's pretty good. I gotta die so badly. Oh my god, it's a dork bold? Yeah, I am pretty dark. What? Why is the sun shining directly in my face? I'm already sweating. Okay. I've learned. Pitfall trap. Wait until Rey Dau pops out and scram, and then we drop the rock. We drop Dwayne the Rock Johnson on top of him. Profit, right? Get that. Wait, how do you extract? What's the fun to extract? How the fuck did I survive that shit? No. Aim. Oh, aim marker. Oh, R2. The spin, very nice. We love the spin. God, it's always that move. Oh no, that sucked. Oh no. Wait, why did everything hit me now? Ow. Does the Archon Insect Glaive have a drone? Not that I know of. Everything hits, man. Aim properly. Let's get it back. Man, I don't know about Insect Glaive. I cannot get Insect Glaive to like go to make the fight favor to me. Oh yeah, flashpots. I think it requires too much work to deal damage with Insect Glaive, so it gets me frustrated most of the time. Now it's gonna like fly 4 times, I think. Oh my god, that move is evil! How lingering is that? Holy! I also prefer gun lens and then perfect blocking everything. I mean, I tried. Oh, hi! Guess we're fighting here now. Oh, yeah, never fly against Rey Dau, it's useless. I already tried gun lens. Gun lens, hammer, and charge blade is 15 minutes, my best attempt. Bow 20 minutes, sword and shield 20 minutes. Insect Blade is probably the longest one, I feel like. Hammer is so fun, holy shit. Oh no. I don't know why they suddenly decide to fly 10 kilometers away. Yeah, Insect Clip is way too frustrating to play. The only damage I get is the charge attack, and it's so stupid when it does that. Insect Clip sucks. God damn it. I'm actually angry now. All the other weapons are so good, and then Insect Glaive comes in, claps my ass. That's an offset? Wait. Insect Glaive is a defensive option? Fuck you! Oh, okay, no. I need to find the timing. Wait. Okay, maybe my complaint was a little bit too early. Maybe there's a small chance. The timing is very odd. Must be the upswing. I could never get into Insect Glaive. I'm an Insect Glaive main in World. I play at least 500 hours of Insect Glaive. And it's like, Rise made it kind of shit. Wild makes it cool but weird. Where's no number 3? Is your number 3 tail? Very cool. Wow, the moment I decided to do that with everything. Brother. I don't have the insect. It's very unfair to the controller. It's not. It's so frustrating to play insect glyph with controller. It's insane. It's so frustrating. Feels like I can run full speed with insect. What do you mean run full speed with run full speed with insect? Like, oh, this is the furthest away. Yeah, insect cliff might be the slowest one. Oh, he flew to the forest area. Wow, nice. 30 minutes maybe? I assume you didn't play the previous games, question mark? But then again, Gunlancer and Grace War has always been slow. Insect Glyph is a small weapon. It's a light weapon. What, number 3 is the dick? Oh my god, it is. Never fly, never fly. It's so useless. I need to do that more actually, I feel like. Just spam that attack. That attack deals like 10,000 damage though. That's like at least 150, and then I get 2 extracts back if I get it right. Maybe that's the payoff. Are you not flying back to your house? Why are you still here? Yeah, that's a shitload of damage. Maybe don't do it when they're at the ground. Okay, maybe Insect Glaive does like 10,000 damage, right? If I play it right, I hate to say it, Insect Glaive might be the way. That end sequence feels like Insect Glaive might be the way. The amount of damage that Insect Glaive does with the offset rising thing or whatever that dance is, it's stupid. So I don't know. Maybe. God, is it frustrating to play Insect Glaive? 20 minutes. God damn. This is stupid, but I'm gonna try again with Insect Glaive. Yep. Maybe Enhancer is not that important then. I could get some like... critical status? Maybe? I feel like Power Prolonger may not be as important. Maybe I should get Focus instead. Because I've been using that attack. Yeah, get Focus. Oh no, don't get Flight. Flight's stupid. Yeah, get Focus. Venom. I mean, Venom is kind of fun, I guess. Let's use Venom. Wanna review? No? What time's now? Oh, it's 5 PM. Oh shit. I guess, yeah. We can do one run. I need to open up lobby. Instead of being frustrated, trying to learn Insect Glaive in the better way possible, I think. C, V, P, Q, N, Liu, J, N. That's the lobby code. Oh yeah, we can link as well. Oh shit, it's okay. It's fine. I'm gonna practice insect glaive. Because towards the end, that insect glaive damage was insane actually. Okay, this is nice. Back to my first trip. $28 yeah, it should be fine. Okay, take quest now. I'm trying something funny, but I'm trying something as well though. But yeah, I'm pretty sure if you're here, we can do A very easily. Martian weapon? I'm gonna go close the curtain real quick. It's so hot. Oh my god. Give me a second. Ooh. Gosh, I'm sweating so much. It's insanely hot these days. Just now, me and my mom thought it's gonna rain, and then no, sun comes out, way harsher than ever. It's like, oh no, oh no. Actually, no, I don't want to insect cliff because I rely so much on the wound thing, so I don't want that. I can just hammer actually. Why I never get free food one? You can use items here? Huh? You can just you can use items in hub now? Okay, that's kind of cool. I didn't know. Oh, yo, good lancer. So far my weapon candidate that I can get A rank is Gunland's hammer and surprisingly fucking insect glaive. Longsword. I didn't get the choice of any other camps. What? But I have camp 16 no. It's an issue, so hopefully it's a bug and not because of my end, question mark? I'll wait for you. Or do you want me to initiate the fight first? Trap. 2 traps here, we're gonna get it here. Yo, double roll? I guess that was a little bit too early. It's okay, I never did that once. That move is actually evil. Oh, god damn it. I guess that works. I forgot. Oh. Oh. I tried. I think I accidentally hit Marex a lot. too much bonkage. What? Oh, stand up dodge. Maybe a little bit late. Okay, nice. Oh, that move is so evil. Wait, wasn't it weak already? Did you get hit by environmental lightning? I don't think so. okay. I'm fine. Oh! Yeah, that's A. But I'm cheating. I cheated. I have Dragon's help. I'm pretty sure I can do this solo. Dragon too strong. Do you just shoot 2 Wyvern Fire at once? What? Huh? So you can just shoot one... Huh? There we go, got an A. Thank you, Nix. Second one fire after the first will always be a quick one fire. So if the first one is quick, I cannot shoot the second one, is that it? Hi, Roxas. Can be a quick one if it's right after any stake or guard clash. I feel like my hammer can do it. I've been doing double quick one back to back because you have focus level 3. I remember focus will recharge the Wyvern Fire quickly. No? Hmm? Alright, this A is to get the thing. Artillery 3, load shell 2, and run defensive skill. Looks like what I did, yeah. If you're in a combo with firing, you get it fast. Wait, do a second one fast again. Oh, I never did that. I never did 2 in a row. I know Gunlance is also like the second weapon of choice that I can do it. Earplugs 2 versus this guy. Weak master roar and reduce the effect strong master roar. Him roar equals... So... Rey Dau only has weak roar? There has to be a combo that ends with it, though you can just cancel it. Oh yeah, I've been doing only Ender with Wyvern Fire, so yeah. I guess I'll get 2 earplugs then. I guess the time passes while on a quest. Makes me reach up the third. I guess I can get this one. Raise weak roll. Oh shit, okay. $16 minutes. Can you host the quest? Huh? Oh, it says something? Host the quest and then join you to see if I can share Makan and execute the quest. Oh, okay. Okay. Got the quest now. Oh my god, free food! Finally, I can have free food! Caprice meal, thank you, Narix. Oh my god, free food. So only with people in the same quest? Oh, that's so weird. Yeah. Why not give it to the entire hub? Same link party and same quest. Right? Unlike World, you use a voucher, every single one in the room can have it, I think, right? I remember in the hub, in Celiana hub, you can just like use a voucher, everyone gets it. That's sad. Thanks for the meal. Borobo gave me silver egg. I don't know where the Borobo is. I'm just gonna go fight first. I'm feeling it, right? One flash pod, one pitfall trap, and then drop the rock. Delay, drop the rock. Yeah. So trap, delay, drop the rock. No control even started? Yep, exactly. That's what I'm trying to do. Also, hi. I'm trying to do it solo. I had help and get A. Trying to keep the dragons to themselves. Don't call me out like that, even though it's true. Okay, so first thing, pitfall trap on the grounding stone. Beat the shit out of the dragon. Actually, I like dragon. Man, they delayed until I cannot hold anymore. Too late. I guess that works. Are you? What? That's the first time that happened. Oh yeah, I have the thing now. I forgot. I have the earplug.
Hello.
Star, no, thank you. Oh, that doesn't count. Fair enough. Man. No slide? I can't. The sliding for hammer is so weird. I hate it so much now. You really hear the truth? I mean, I can still hear. Only muffled, I guess. I mean, it's kind of surprising how Rey Dau has a weak roar, which is kind of weird to be honest, but I'll take it. I mean, for a dragon that big, emits a weak roar. To be fair, I never really use earplugs on anything, I just sort of dodge them always. Balancing it for its speed? Probably. Oh yeah, roll. Bro, that move is actually evil. Three monster that has strong roar, Josia, Arcvale, and Gore. Oh!
大丈夫ですか？必要なものがあれば補充していってくださいね。
Oh. That's 2 deaths in a row. Very unfortunate. I don't see the counterplay of that move, to be honest. Like, if a weapon has no defensive option, I have to either get lucky that they shoot somewhere else, or just eat it. With Eva Extender, probably, but I had Eva Extender level 3 before and it still hits like crazy. That it's also why I just put it off, because it just doesn't help at all. No, oh my god, why no slide? I don't understand, man. That was too far. No, oh my god. You're too used to rolling the roll? Yeah. I mean, it's the first time I tried to use earplugs, so it's probably gonna take some time, or a few rounds to get used to it, I guess. Just now I didn't roll because I was still mid animation. I wanted to roll it still. Yeah. God, fighting so many times, I feel like sometimes I'm just bad at this point. Oh, why would you? Oh my god. The delay slide, I actually hate it. I hate it so much. Who? Oh, Muffin! I'm here twice again. Watch out for the ghost matter. Ooh, ooh. Is there a ghost somewhere? Hi, Muffin. Oh, Muffin is also playing Outer Wilds? Oh, heck yeah. I saw Ixen play Outer Wilds for a little bit. But then I heard a lot of people saying that Outer Wilds is best experience completely blind, right? Oh, thanks for helping me, Nix. Hi, Fenrir. Hi, Ixen. Hi, Brecky again. Hi, Muffin. Hope you are doing good. I'm Tiara. I'm a little bit frustrated at this game right now. I'm a kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits. I love dragon bits, and I do art sometimes. It is best completely blind. Yeah, that's what I heard. So I didn't look at Ixen play Outer Wilds for too much.
It is best completely blind.
The crystals in this area look like an indicator in Outer Wilds. Oh! 15 minutes still? I'm trying to get a rank solo. Best to go in blind. So similar to how I handled Rain World, get spoiled on it, avoid it for years and hope I forgot everything. I guess if that works, right? Still, I hope you had fun with Outer Wilds. Heck yeah. If you need any post-stream care, definitely go do them. Get some rest, get some drink, get some food. Heck yeah. And then I'm gonna keep trying this one. It did step on the trap, did it? Yeah. I forgot about the trap. It's not as good as going in completely blind, but it's the best I can do. That works. I don't think you've used the trap once since I joined. I put down the trap, and then I forgot about it completely. Fuck it, just give it a try. Mastery is kind of useless here. What? I bring you to the ball. Oh, I see you play like 4 times on the trigger. I forgot about it. I love the outfit. You're a reptile. I'm another guy. Yes, it's the mod. Oh my god. Okay, I'm feeling much better now. I'm being spoiled by Draken. Thank you, Muffin. Crit element? I guess crit element is fun. Oh my god. Razor sharp? Oh wait, maybe razor sharp? 50% chance of no sharpness loss. Yeah? Thank you for being spoilable. Oh no. I should be thanking people for spoiling the kobold. Have you considered using a sleep weapon so you can get the wake up hit twice? No. I feel like sleep is not that worth. It's not that worth when I can constantly deal more damage with a proper element weapon, I feel like. I would recommend sleep if you're tired. Yes. I would love to sleep, but I also want to get this A rank so bad. I guess I can try Razor Sharp. Yeah, why not? Speaking of sleep, it is almost 6 a.m. Oh god! Go EP muffin. Sleep on hammer can also be good since you can stun twice and sleep twice for free damage. I just feel like the element damage that I do is more worth than getting that triple damage one hit? Question mark? Muffin needs to eat, yeah. And tuck muffin? Heck yeah. I shall wish you all a good one in Horde. Oh my god. Have a good EP muffin. Thanks again for the raid. I'll keep it like this. Alright, let's try longsword. Oh, people are good. People are finally giving me meal? Oh my god, after 10. Oh shit. After 10 years, finally. Anything else? Why is Misu in Ruins of Wyveria though? Weird. 33 minutes, actually I still have enough. Oh, second. I come for the portable. Missed? Where are we trying to go? Oh, we're trying to go here? Get a coin. Oh. Oh my god, big chicken. Nest trinkets. Big chicken. The quality of my PC is not really... Can I go inside you? Oh. Big bird? Big bird from Sesame Street? Chonk? Very heckin' chonk bird. Alright, let's try longsword. Maybe I can do it. I'm not too confident with my longsword, but I can give it a try. Even though currently longsword is like my best bet, but I don't know. Chunk. if I use longsword and first tried, says something about the weapon, huh? But then again, that is only if I first tried it. Which I don't think is not gonna happen, to be honest.
支給品が届いていますね。ぜひ使ってください。
I forgot to switch armor. Okay, remember this. Uh-oh. Oh my god, so lingering. Oh no, I cannot even roll. Yep. Right. Uh-huh. Oh, it's not far enough. Oh. Fair enough. I don't know. Not too confident with my long sword. Do I have maximum might? I don't remember. Ooh, that was fast. I got robbed. They never hit before. Oh, that could have been it too. Well, unfortunate. Earplug, earplug. Man, the phantom hitbox is crazy. It was not aimed at me. I go into it. I feel like if I used the trap and the rock at the start, I could have done it. Yeah, problem is I didn't, so... I guess I just stand at the trap at first so that I remember. Yeah, I just keep forgetting about it. It's insane. My brain sometimes. Astounding. Yeah, fastest 14 minutes, just 1.5 minutes. Need to shave that 1.5 minutes. That 1.5 minutes could be the trap, right? The trap onto the rock. I think that just that could have been it, right? The trap and the rock. Ah. Alright, this time, I am going to fucking just stand on the trap. I'll do the sneak attack, get 1 bar of longsword, alright? Oh, maybe I can use gun lens. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna use gun lens. Oh. Diva is helping me? Thank you, Diva. Oh wait, Diva gives Diva drop. Power slightly strong. Do I get the buff like this? Or do I have to sit on the chair? Diva, I didn't get the buff. I didn't get the buff. I got a Jigo pick. I got a Jigo peek. I'm playing Counter-Strike at this point. Huh? The sacred armor is more precious though. I love mods. They make game even better. Is there a tech charm? Brute bone? Not a single brute bone? No attack charm. Wait, I think my hope charm already have self-improvement, I think. Yeah, self-improvement. So I don't need this anymore. More active, reduce damage taken by 15%. I don't know what to get. I'll just get Gobbler. Why not just eat a little bit faster? Diva doesn't want to sing anymore. Diva. 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 Diva don't want to sing. Well. Oh, and fish? Wait, is fish not working? Oh, it is. Okay. I thought fish stopped working. Okay, this time. Alright, this time. Fucking this time. I am going to put down the trap, do a sneak attack, get 1 bar, and just run to the trap. That's the plan. Okay, use the trap. It's been 6 times. How can I keep forgetting about it? Alright, here we go. I don't know how many attempts I've done, but hey, whatever this attempt number is the charm. Where's Halo 4 balls? Oh my god, did I say that? Wait. Oh, okay. Oh wait, I'm using Gunlans.
Oh, that was still too early. We love perfect blocking. Oh god. Enough time? Okay. Enough time to block. How many times? 5? Oh. Casually perfect blocking everything. Oh. Unfortunate.
I think I didn't bring offensive guard. Yeah, I didn't bring offensive guard. Ah, crap.
支給品が追加されました。
Nice time waster. Drink? I will. After this run. Yeah, flash pod. Where the fuck is... I'm not... It's too late. Oh. That hit was so weird sometimes. Is it too far? Yeah, fuck, that's too far. I wasted it. just a little bit more. Yikes. Oh, oops. I shouldn't have done that. Oh no, where am I? Oh, I know where I am, okay. What? Or still fly away. Getting a little bit frustrated now. I should rephrase that. I'm getting more frustrated now. Is what I meant. Guess I couldn't block there. Hi, Sola. Yeah, I guess I couldn't do it. Like, I couldn't do 13 minutes. I'm not that good. Man. 18 minutes. What a joke. What a joke. At least I can eat some meat, I guess. It's time for a non-fin. I believe you can do it. I'm sorry, but I just don't believe in myself anymore after so many tries. I have been trying my best for all the attempts, but I just don't think I'm good enough. Like the traps, I did the traps, I did the rock. I didn't do the flash pot though. But what is that gonna do? I mean, flash pot, if I do it, they're gonna fall down and then they're gonna go crazy again, no? I say with hammer. I want to do hammer, but the sliding is so infuriating. When I want it to slide, it doesn't slide. When I don't want it to slide, it slides and I die. It's like, ah, man. Not the preparation, no? Preparation as in armor skills and stuff? I'm gonna go open the lights real quick. I'll give it a few more tries. We use... I guess we use longsword again. Longsword so far I have the fastest time. Kobo burger. Item extender? Do I already need item extender? Is it just me or is there two music going on? You mean I have to swap armor set? Holy! Oh my god, yeah, that's too much preparation. Good God. I have never done that ever. Oh no. Kobo also tasty? No, don't eat kobo. Wait, does he crank out that little bit of extra performance? I haven't been healing, so max potion is fine. Pill? Pill. I guess I can try pills. I mean, drugs, no? Gonna fucking lock in. I'm playing Longsword now. Second try. Eating kobolds is bad? Yeah, see? It would be just a little numbing, but dragon big, a little numbing would be the entire mall though. Drinking a potion outside of the fight actually brings it into the fight as the direction of the foot buffs. Oh, pills only 30 seconds? Interesting. Okay, P4 traps on the rock. To the rock. No rock? Great. Behind you, let's go. Touch trap, touch trap. Come on, trap. I'll give you the most enticing move. I'm sharpening here.
No.
I'm sharpening. There you go. Fucking hell. And then after it shouts. Oh, it didn't shout. Why didn't you shout this time? Brother. Oh. Yikes. So many misinputs now. Hmm? Hey, yo boy. Sub 530. Damn, nice. I'll keep struggling. I got this. I believe. I fucking believe. Me and my 20 FPS. Yikes. How many lightning was that? Thanks, kitty. It's my first day using heavy bowgun. Heck yeah. I tried sword and shield, great sword, long sword, gun, lance, bow, and charge blade. All of them I got like 15 minutes. I mean, to be fair, most of the time I play solo and it's always like I play very reserved. So to get like a fast kill, it's kind of hard for me, and I've been trying. I just got a gem. Holy shit. Oh, too early. That move has so many phantom hitboxes, actually crazy. The amount of phantom hitbox on the move is hey ho, holy shit. Oi, oi. Oi. Unfortunate. It's gonna whip anyway. Oh. Wake up! I love you, kitty! Oi, don't go, don't go, don't go. Play with me, don't go. I am so locked in, this is beyond belief. Fuck. I think it's time to ride. I can get 3 times. Thanks, Selma. I'm just gonna do it. That's not it. Where's your one again? Weak spot? No weak spot. Ah, I forgot where the wound is. Fuck it. I got 1 bar from that. Yikes. I don't need to blow. I missed. I hate it here.
雷で活性化している。触れればこのまま罠にできそうだ。
You better go sleep quickly, you little shit. Fishbowl crates. I think because I have earplugs and I didn't bring I didn't bring maximum might, which might be kind of bad actually. Maximum might is really fucking good. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Jump, charge. Mighty. Go. Thanks, kitty. Okay. Fuck. No. Man. So close though. 24 seconds. Bitch didn't want to go to sleep quickly. Hiya. I see Okay, I see hope. I see hope. Alright, there's a chance. Maybe I'm good enough. Maybe, hopefully. Maybe it has to be longsword. Okay. The famous Monhan storybook, go the fuck to sleep. Exactly. I use great sword, longsword, and bow. I'm stubborn. I haven't even tried the others. I use all weapons other than light bowgun and heavy bowgun. That's why I'm like, this is painful for me because I'm like jack of all trades. I don't excel at any weapon. It's so sad. But hey, look, today I feel like, albeit frustrating, but I feel like I got a lot of skill improvement, I think. You know what? Maybe not, I don't know. For Tekos, I only ever run long swords, so I only know the build for that. Next, might, as you always have it out. Ian. Most more part, bit of burns, bit of adrenaline rush, foresight, spirit, yeah. Rey Gamma, for the lightning resistance, puts a free to swap ironically enough lane power, assume you have 80% affinity for an armor when you're building a weapon, meaning crit damage is what you want with the loadout. Every time I see go the fuck to sleep, it's so good. Yeah, absolutely, definitely been that. No way, you already did it though. It's okay. 25 seconds. I fucking got this. Yeah, absolutely. Definitely have the skill. Now you just need the preparation and deco. But earplugs. Let me see what skill. What skill Rey Dau Arch-Tempered Rey Dau has. I think I already made the full set. It's so cursed. Why is there 2 music? Rey Dau. Weakness, exploit, and maximum might. Built-in maximum might? This might be it though. Sure, I mean, let's give it a try. Lay Sandmail. Latent power. This one? Evade extender. Okay. Okay. Latent power maximum might. Okay. I like it, I like it. Stun resistance and stamina search. Okay. Okay, okay. Absolutely no defensive skills though. I'm so scared. Okay, so let's see. Recovery up and self-improvement is from the talisman. I only have one level 1 deco start. Oh god. Since I play, I like foray actually. Oh yeah, drink. Oh god, I haven't been drinking. Holy shit, I'm so obsessed with trying to get A. 4 boots and coil. Yeah, no defense. I'm crying cobalt noises. So I already have maximum latent power, maximum might. AT data is good. I'm playing poison, let's try 4A. Level 4 4A. Really plus 15%. One. Wex? What's Wex 5? Why is there two music here? I hate it. Help. Gobbler satiated. If I run satiated, I could just eat max potion. But this is not world. World satiated is so good. 70%. Recovery up. I'm gonna recover when restoring health. Oh! Oh, so 1 mega is like enough to heal everything? Prevent knockbacks. Tripping is reduced to a knockback instead. Shockproof. Oh. When you hit a friend or when a friend hit you. Oh, they made it into not just flinch free, but a shock absorber now. They have growth. And no cheese? There's no fortifi, right? There's no fortify. Yeah, there's no fortify. I'll just get Gobbler. No, I'll get Sheath. Oh, quick sheath is a thing. One is probably not going to do anything though. Improve the effectiveness of flash attacks and flash attack? Oh, do you mean flash bots? Sure, let's give it a try. Alright. Preparation. I need place pad. I need one of these. Maybe not pills. Don't people always use powder? Yeah, I think people always use powder. Where's powder? Oh. I can only bring 3? Before a hunt even start, let's just make temporary set of armor with max item per longer. Plus point to satiate only armor so you don't burn through as many buff. Like you see mega armor skin and demon drug for almost if not 3 fights because the last 45 minutes season powder buff as well for the first phase of the fight. I think I don't need the power the item prolonger for now. Me using demon drug, using demon powder, using traps, using rocks. It's like the first time thing I do. That's why I'm like very not familiar with like, yeah. I'll give it a try like this first. Any Mizu around here? No Mizu. Like I swear Mizu is like extinct here. Holy shit. 来吧，最后一波。Oh yeah, Trapu. Nah. Didn't I say I want to bring flash bots? Flash bait. This one. 3? Okay. So being able to flash the monster 3 times, huh? Okay. Makan sini. Buang dia. Let's go. Potions to work in the hub and camps. Oh yeah, I just realized that, yeah. Just now Narix aided in the hub. It's like, oh, what? You can use items in the hub? It's like, kinda cool, kinda cool. I like it. You do free to chuck and quaff all you want. What's quaff?
手が鳴るね。それでは行きましょうか。
Ikimasu yo. Laipa. This is it, brother. This is it. I'm doing it. I'm locking the fuck in. Oh yeah, I have no earplugs anymore. Ji ma gan 真的是有时候很堵然的哦。哦，准备好这样多东西，然后嘞，然后嘞，好笑哦，真是，做什么鬼啊 ？It's the reframer clashing against DRM making you crash, because that's what people are reporting. Really? But if I don't use reframework, if I don't use reframework, can I use the mods? Like the cosmetic mods? Something interesting if you don't have enough space to bring a ton of items you want, bring its ingredients, send on the radio menu. You can actually craft these basically. Yeah, I when I need to log in, I usually bring 10 herbs and 10 honey so that I have like a lot of mega potions to drink. So I still playing the game modless. Ah, I want to look at Narga. So it crashes every 2 hours. That's actually kind of funny. 6 hours in, I crashed 3 times. Weird. It's like a pattern of some sort. Come on, game load. Game, I want to play. Get the fuck out of my room. I play Minecraft. Here, let me send. Let me just watch Telegram. Fuck it. Oh, the game loads. Oh, hell yeah. Isn't that too much brain power used? Okay, windowed, and then I need the power of lossless scaling. Scale, minimize, here. Okay. Come on, get me in there, coach, get me in there. I'm getting that A rank now. Get me in there. 2, 7, or 12. I mean, 2 mixed potions also, it's already pretty strong though. Okay, flash pots. Oh, everything I bring. Item. So buff, yeah, buff is still there. I can actually just fight. Let me check the armor. Okay, okay, looks good, looks good. So I need to dodge the roll again. The roll. No earplugs allowed. Put me in there, coach. Seven. Oh my god. I couldn't help but fall asleep at 2 a.m. Use the word to proc foresight slash? Same. It's what longsword main does. I don't know if I main longsword now. I mean, I love the variety. But then, with how I play, I feel like might as well just main longsword. Camping kick. Info track, okay. Going in. 트라프 왔었지. Oh no, I failed. I suck. Alright, give me that fire. Oh no! Thank you, Slope. Thank you, Slope. You're the best, Slope. And a guarantee hit because I cannot do anything. Thank you, Slope. Because of one Slope, I died. Hey, could you maybe touch this thing? I gotta do something very enticing to you. Oh, I'm sharpening.
No.
Yo, I'm sharpening. Ah, see, cannot control yourself one. Ah. Rook. Yeah, perfect. Let's go. You're dying today. I won that A. What? Thanks, kitty. You're the best, kitty. I love you. Maybe I should just special sheath that one. The timing is very awkward though. Oh, I thought you did a swipe. This is fine. And I can heal. Perfect. Don't! Ah! I forgot! I forgot. That's awkward. Ooh. Oh yeah, I already did that in this one, right? Or not. I forgot about that. I'm stupid. What? Did you fly out here already? Oh, you are flying up here. Okay, okay. Oh yeah. Of course that whips, why am I not surprised? I had a feeling. That was a guess. Ooh. Ow. Had to. I didn't. I wasn't ready. Aww. Ooh, red immediately. Tasty. Ayo way. Yeah. Hits. Cannot write, I guess. Yeah. Wound at neck. Give me that. No, don't go. That one death is so detrimental. Did I die once? Yeah, I died. Oh, I didn't even use flash pods. Crap. Could save some time there, I think. Go the fuck to sleep, come on! Ay, fuck. Happens. Too late. This might kill actually. Nope. If I didn't die, and I didn't mess up the wake up kill. Oh, that's so frustrating. Fuck. Oh wait, I did the trap thing and I feel like this is way slower. Because just now that 13 minutes and 25 seconds was that I missed the trap. How the fuck? Maybe foray is not that good, question mark? Oh. Hey, Brain. Thank you, Brain. Foray is weird, but wasn't no. One last try. I'm getting hungry. Kobo wants food, but I also want to get that fucking big shiny on my own. Oh yeah, also powder. I forgot. Nice rev engine in residential area. It's like the motorbikers are such assets sometimes. So many of them actually do that during sleeping time. It's like, ugh. Hope you're doing good, Brin. So this will be crit boost level 3. I don't think I have crit boost here, but attack level 3 might be good enough. So essentially, to put it lightly, fuck foray. Flare. Challenger. Adrenaline rush. Does Foresight Slash count as adrenaline rush? I'm using regen mantle with peak performance and on my bow gun because I don't get it often. I keep forgetting to get maximum might for that too. Oh yeah, you know what? I should change my mantle. It counts as if I can. Oh, neuron activation. Okay. Fuck, I don't have enough. No, I don't have enough. Oh yeah, one chain. Wait, I have so many chain. One chain. Maybe thunder resistance? My thunder resistance is 26. And changing to... This is... Oh, I got myself. There's 3 combos now. One adrenaline rush and burst. The first one is the biggest boost with +10 and +8 respectively. I mean... So yeah, counter attack. A +5 is +5 though. What else can I get? Maybe 1 flare? Or 2 flare? Moderately easier to inflict wounds, also do slightly more additional non-elemental damage. I guess I can try this. I mean, hey, flare's flare. Try, I'm listening. Alright, you can still tell me what it is. It's okay. Wex? What's a Wex file? Wex? Wait. I don't know why the first thing that came to mind is EOX. Tenderizer times 2 plus tenderizer. A weakness exploit is Wex. But doesn't weakness exploit? Then you can put 7 versus 1 slot because it's the only thing your placement provides. Hey, that's recovery up. Ooh. Upgrade from upgrade Taliban. Cool. I only have 1 level of weakness exploit. When you hit a weak point, you get extra crit. Rey Dau got a weak point on his face. Oh. So... But it's just crit though, right? It doesn't give damage? Question mark? Is it? Wait, I have crit boost. I have... level 3 critical boost? Yeah. I only have 1 Wex, so this game, I swear to God. You know what? Flare it is. Flare works, okay? Flare works. Yep, Mizu is extinct actually. Alright. See, like 30 plus. Look, I'm not dragon. What? I cannot be so strong like dragon. I'm just a kobold now. I kobold only. I cannot be that strong one. I don't flare. AT right now he doesn't pop enough wounds for me to use flare recently. Huh. I thought flare works the same for all monsters? Question mark? Don't they? Okay, this is it. This is it. I'm not going insane, you are. Let's go, Kitty, you're the best. Love you, Kitty. Tarapu. Sneaku. Cannot foresight in time. Ow. Too early. Fuck. Oh, there is survive that. Drink. Okay, weren't you weak roar, you asshat? Come here, dragon. Hiya, just step on the trap. Oi. Rock. Thank you, Kitty, you're the best. Thank you, Kitty, for always carrying my ass. Oh god. Don't linger too long. Give me a wound. Oh, weak spot. Hiya! It's only this one that I cannot react to. Ow. Do you have a wound? I'm sorry! You just zapped my chicken? Can I do the sacrilegious thing of just return from quest and try again? This is a lost cause. Man, I hate doing this, but I'm saving time here. If I die, that run doesn't count, okay? Yeah, no defensive skill is like... no defensive skill is a little bit dangerous and scary, obviously. No food, okay. Do you have a wound? I took that personally. Alright, give me this one. I'm skipping this. Even though it's cute, I like it. The kitties are nice. Watching Narga eating with its neck, it's also beautiful. You know what? I'm glad you found it hilarious. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, is what I'm trying to say. No, I pressed the wrong thing. I'm actually very hungry. No matter what happens, I feel like this has to be the last run. Albeit how upset I am. If I cannot do this one, I have to do it off stream. Oh yeah, I forgot I've mending mental. My friends are already playing Counter-Strike, what the hell? And then I'm still here trying this Monster Hunter thing. It's fine. Let's go. Go chicken, go! Did I not bring demon? I didn't bring demon drug. It's okay. Who needs demon drug? Not I didn't bring. Who needs trap? It's fine. I'll kill you with my raw power. Watch this. Did I just get my health back? Holy shit. Don't message me, what the fuck? Friend, I'm still playing Monster Hunter, don't do this. Please, my PC's dying. Oh, flashlight cage. Oh god, I cannot flashlight cage. That's kinda stupid. I'm doing it raw. I'm the worst longsword player ever. Ow. I should have done that one more time. They are playing games I cannot see what I'm using. I need to disable Steam overlay for this shit, god damn it. Oh, that whipped. Ui. What happened? Thought they were doing that. Maybe I can do it one time. Thank you very much. Nice. Okay, Demon Pounder. They were not kidding when they say preparation is key, because it is. I'm gonna write Right, dragon! Fuck. Oh, I see a wound. I missed. No. Whee! Love you, kitty. Oh yeah, no point. Ayo. Oh my god, thank you, kitty. Thank you for carrying my ass. Oi! I didn't recognize that move. Another one. Another one. You are up there, brother. How the fuck did I hit? Aim properly. Fuck. Carry the ass? Yeah. My ass needs carrying.
抵抗が続きますが、これもしばらくの辛抱ですね。
No riding? So no head? This is the worst terrain to fight with. Too far. Chicken? That never happened before. Making the chicken can distract a little bit. Chicken, do damage, chicken, don't lose. Help me, chicken. Not like that, chicken. You can do better than that. Okay. Do it again. It's so bad. Sorry, chicken. Man, it's gonna be the same thing again. I'm not gonna use hammer anymore. I'm not even gonna let it sleep, I think. 1 minute. Once I reach there, 40 seconds. A lot can happen in 40 seconds. Don't need to sleep, fuck you. Oh! They did a different one. Man, good try. I didn't do it. I don't think I can do it today, but good tries. It's a GG. Wood. Yes. I'm a little sad that I cannot do it solo, but hey, I gave it my all. It's good enough. 13 minutes 25 seconds is my best record doing it solo. Good enough. It's also kind of sad how this quest doesn't give Hunter's symbol at all. Right? I don't think they give Hunter's symbol. Let me message my friend real quick. Why die? Okay. Done. Alright. Replace the AT much tempered gamma tickets. That's useless. I want Hunter symbol. I mean, I cannot use the ticket to. I can use the ticket to upgrade my armor, so. Alright. Good tries. Sadly, I couldn't do it. But I still got an A with the help of Dragon. That was like 10-minute hunt, I think. But the ticket's very little points. Ticket is ticket. Oh, I can melt with the ticket, right? I wonder how many tickets do I have. It's a lot of hunts today. Like, berapa? I have 30. Okay, maybe not that much. Maybe not that much. Alright, good enough. It's a nice day. It's a happy hunting day. A little bit of frustration when I was using Insect Glaive. But other than that, it's a good hunt in general. And I feel good about it. I think. Nah, I don't feel good about it. I feel sad. I feel sad that I cannot even get an A rank on my own. Here, let me... I need music. That's a very soft music. There we go. Hi, Dark Ashford. That's BB. No, that's not BB. Kobo win, Kobo lost. And Kobo didn't do it. Did a good job beating up dragons. It's okay though, those dragons looks like they're dead, but no, they're just pretending. Right? It's like a play fight between dragon and kobold, right? I just have a poking stick and then poke until they're like, oh no, I did. And then they're just pretending to die. Yeah, they're just lying down, it's fine. Yeah, it's alright. All in all, it's a good hunt, right? I feel like I did good. More drink? Heck yeah. Maybe you can catch a good fish? Let me try. A good fish. Let's see what I get. Oh my god, Toonbolt is streaming! I wanna rate Toonbolt again. I think that's pretty good. That's good enough. I wanna raid Toonbolt. Alright. I'm very hungry. I'm gonna do things real quick. Here's my coffee. I have a coffee. Oh yeah, I might need... I'll settle the coffee goal tomorrow. Might need a little bit of help with the internet bills. My mom paid for the electrical bills this month. And I kinda need to tackle the internet bills. So I'll set it up tomorrow. Also, I gotta summon Bernie real quick. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. I feel like the music was a little bit too loud actually. Just a little bit. Brecky should become candy. Oh, I forgot to put Torku and Nomstick into the pot again. Crap. I always forget things. It feels kinda sad. Let's rate Toonbolt. Oh yeah, I also have a Discord channel. I have Dragon Simping Corner. Very nice. I love Dragon. And I announce my stream stuff over there always. Would it be funny to have a Polygon Kobo PNG for when you play Wilds? Oh, you mean like those those like PS1 graphics of monsters, something like that? I don't know how can I recreate that. I just need to make it shit. Yeah, those stuff. Like sometimes they suddenly become like just polygons. It happened to me once. It was before the update, quite a long time ago. Happened on stream too. And a late message. As always, we're gonna ask for RPs because very nice. I love RPs. Okay, there we go. This one. Now gonna type in the raid to Toonboard. Toonboard is a very nice Kobo friend. Oh yeah, who's playing Clair Obscure Expedition 33? The game that's like a lot of people saying that the game is Game of the Year material. I never played it before, so I have no idea. Hi. Yeah, I'm gonna read. I love applying my access skills to the enemy. To every enemy. Yeah, I'm gonna rate. I'm very hungry. All the fatigue and hunger just suddenly rushes in. Oh god. I'm okay. I'm gonna go get food. I don't know what I'm gonna do tomorrow, to be honest. We'll see what I wanna play, okay? It's like a very free flow kind of thing. I don't really have a fixed schedule, other than like having a fixed time. Well, with the biggest quotation mark. I say I start at 12, but usually I start at 12:30, and today I start at 1. So I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, I'm gonna raid out now. I'm gonna go get food. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Kobo loves y'all, right? And here comes the raid to Toonbold. Yeah. I should fish. I should fish for my dinner. Give me something good. I need something good from the pond. I don't know if that's good, but maybe I can eat that. It's an emperor though. Right. What does roll get? Yeah, it is a fish. I could eat that. I could cook it and eat it. That's so much better for food. That's 445 kilogram worth of food. I could chomp them. I could give them some good bites. For maybe weeks, considering that I'm only so small. Yeah, I'll wait for the timer to go down as I always do. I don't know what I'm gonna do tomorrow, to be honest, but hey. Hope you guys had fun. I had fun. So take care everyone. Kobo loves y'all. Bye bye. Take care. The orb. Oh, the Koborb or Corb. I'll do it. I'll do the orb.